Well, good morning, everybody. I think we're ready to go ahead. I'd like to welcome our substitutes to the committee. Let's see, we have Representative Leon here, Representative Fellows here, Representative Sullivan, yes. Anybody on this side? Yeah. Representative Heath, you're usually over here on this side.
I changed.
Mary Beth used to be right there. So, okay, we have some bills which we're up for executing today. I'd like to go back and just look briefly and explain what we're doing in terms of several of the bills which we did not do on Monday. They would carry forward to this session right here. But I'd like to speak to two of them right now. HB 1015 is relative to requirements for literacy skill development in elementary grades. So that bill does carry forward, and I see we do have an amendment. I'd like to know if we have any other amendments coming forward on that bill.
Yes.
Yes, we do. So we're going to hold off until the other amendments, we get them all here so we can have that discussion. The other bill which wasn't taken care of was 1450, and that's relative to establishing a commission on higher education consolidation. That's the bill which was put in as a placeholder for the governor's executive order, which was passed, and there was not a commission, but a task force which was put together to look at issues associated with the higher education in terms of identifying strategies to align some of these cost-saving efforts and just looking at the whole process. That committee task force has been meeting on Fridays. In fact, we meet again this coming Friday. Representative Luno and I are both on that, along with representation from the community college system, the higher university system, Business Industry Association, and being basically chaired by Steve Appleby from the Department of Education, who's Director of Higher Education. That is moving forward and coming out with some real good recommendations and findings. So we have amending language which has been approved by both systems and by that group, inviting the chancellors to continue work and reporting back to the Higher Education Study Committee, which we already have in place. However, all amendments to that bill are being seen as non-germane, seeing that we're talking about different sections of statute. We're not talking necessarily consolidation. We aren't talking consolidation. We aren't talking merger. We're looking at strategies to address the issues which we have at higher education and coming up with some great strategies. And so what we're going to have to do, so we won't be discussing 1450 today. We will be having a non-germane hearing at 9 o'clock on the 18th. That is Monday morning, where that will be held. And we will have here helping to explain some of that folks from the university system, community college system, from that executive, the governor's task force to explain this amendment. So that's where we are on that. So none of the bills from last Monday will be discussed today. So now we're looking at the bills dealing with the cooperative school districts, the merging, all that, dealing with the structure and organization of these particular methods of governing education in the state. And I'm going to do this in such a way, we're going to introduce the first bill. We will have discussion. I will invite discussion from sponsors if they want to engage in this, which I think it will be very, very helpful. And so with that in mind, I'd like to start right off with HB 1195. This bill is relative to allowing school districts to approve different apportionment methods for school administrative unit costs. So we're not talking co-ops in this thing. We're talking about the school administrative units, SAUs, and apportionment methods, which we have here. So 1195, everybody should try to open up that 1195. And of course, as usual, I left mine in the office, and so I'm going to jump up and get my copy of that bill. I hope everybody had a good week or day off. I had a wonderful day. I learned how to change a muffler on a vehicle that was glaciated, ice all through it, and chipping it off and trying to climb underneath a RAV and drive it then 30 miles south to the mechanic to fix it. But it was fun. Not as stressful as this.
Whatever turns you on. Yes. There's some of that, and we had one day doing them like that. It's funny. Right.
Okay, 1195. So we have several bills today that are dealing with SAU. So let's maybe we'll try to address those, together. But this one first. I'm going to open this up to discussion so that these topics that we're dealing with today are really important topics. And I want to make sure that we're going to, try to get a direction where we're going with these that's going to be really beneficial for every year I've been here. There's been bills on SAUs and a lot of bills on co-ops. And we're still having them come in and like a retread tire. It keeps coming around. So 1195, open to discussion right now. Does anybody want to discuss this? 1195, including a member of the public. We were open to that right now as well. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I think there has been some discussion about the apportionment method in SAUs, and we had testimony from a written testimony from the Board of Selectmen in Newington, and confirmed in 194C9 that the only apportionment method in the statute is half enrollment and half
Equalized valuation.
Yeah, equalized valuation, thank you. So this just wants to open it up to other methods that might be worked out within the SAU. I'm not sure, I can't recall the specific details of what they wanted to change, or if there was agreement on a method they want to change it to. But I'm certainly open to allowing greater flexibility there, I think.
Further discussion on that. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this up the other day, and I haven't heard any good argumentation as to why I would be wrong about it, and I would certainly open to hearing why I'm wrong about this. But it does seem to me that if there's an agreement in place that localities have entered into to be under one of these organizations under a certain apportionment method, that then can be changed by a majority vote, it would seem that it could further disadvantage certain localities that are already possibly disadvantaged by virtue of a simple majority vote, that is not in accordance with the original agreement that was entered into. Again, I would love to hear if there's any good reason why I don't have that correct. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duchesne is right here, and you can ask him directly.
Sure.
Again, Paul Duchesne, I'm with the town of Newington and addressed you back in January. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you again. To your specific question, a very good question. I believe, though, under 195C2, it's one subsection 1 through 8. There's a planning committee that's voted to be established that then would talk about, if they were able to talk about apportionments. Right now, the statute is so fixed, you can't even talk about it because there is no agreement. The statute says it will be 1/2, 1/2. So there's never ever a discussion relative to the apportionment in the SAU situation. And even if the committee comes back with a recommendation to change that apportionment, it still needs a 3/5 majority vote by the member school districts of the SAU. So it's not as practical or easy as just, who's the biggest thumb on the scale, so to speak. It has to be a supermajority in order to enact those type of changes. So there has to be a, real mutual agreement as to what that apportionment may be, other than the 1/2, 1/2, if this enabling legislation is enacted.
Representative Dre?
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. When we talked about cooperative school districts on Monday morning, we noticed that a lot of those agreements have 95-5, 60-40, all those. So I agree that we should be able to talk about those kind of things, because obviously they work in the real world. But what we noticed was missing is how to get out of that if it doesn't do it, and maybe requiring something of that nature. Would that work in this situation as well?
Well, this is not a co-op.
I know it's not
Okay,
a co-op,
okay.
but I mean, you're still in the same situation. You're in some place maybe you don't like, and how do you change it?
The process is the same under 95C2. You start a planning committee, the committee does this study, has a recommendation, then there's a vote on the recommendation, and the recommendation only could be adopted by 3/5. So there is a mechanism in place. And I would also add, from what I heard from Monday's testimony, it seems like a lot of these cooperative school districts entered into the agreements when they were kind of new and fashionable. I hope by, the many decades that we've experienced, we've all learned from that. And we would come back with a much more practical solution, at least in the SAU situation that I'm advocating for.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Further? Yes, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand it, this proposal is basically an enabling legislation. So it doesn't prescribe how it should be done, but it actually provides a greater opportunity for people to look at different ways of looking at this rather than what is currently prescribed in the law. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct, Representative.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to pose a hypothetical, and I hope anybody can answer it as to why this wouldn't be the case. Let's take a hypothetical where we have 10 local political divisions towns that are put together into one of these groups, and they want to look at a different apportionment method. And the apportionment method, they look at it, and you have 9 of the towns in category that would be benefited by this, and one town that would be severely on the other side of things, perhaps even to the degree of, let's say, it shifts 90% of the cost of business to one town away from the other 9 towns. And the other 9 towns would probably want to vote for that. So what recourse under that circumstance would that one town, who is now going to be saddled with such a huge burden, what recourse would they have under this law if we passed it?
Okay, now, we also have Barrett, he's been right through this whole thing you asked, Representative Belcher. So Barrett, would you come on up and sit beside there? So we have the School Boards Association here as well. Seeing we're trying to get some, because Representative Belcher asked a real important question.
Sure. Thank you, Roy. Thank you much, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, Barrett Christina from the School Boards Association. Representative Belcher, as I'm reading the bill, line 3, it says, as the constituent school districts may approve pursuant to RSA 194C2. I'm interpreting that as long, in addition to the alternative budget methods in 194C9A and B, that in order for the alternative method to be approved, each individual school district within the SAU would have to approve it. So I'm going to take an example of SAU 67, which is Dunbarton and Bow. The Bow voters would have to approve the alternative method, and the Dunbarton voters would have to approve the alternative method at their respective annual meetings in order for a different apportionment method to be implemented. I'm not interpreting the bill as you would take a totality of the votes SAU wide and then the plurality town could carry with whatever they wanted. That's how I'm interpreting it, that each individual town would have to adopt it at their own local annual meeting. Thank you.
Is that an interpretation or is that in statute?
So, in 194C9, it says, each school district, this is alternative budget procedure method for adoption. Each school district within an SAU that is composed of 2 or more districts may vote to adopt the provisions of RSA 194C9B to determine the means for adopting the SAU budget by placing the question on the warrant of their next annual school district meeting. So it says each district, this is again 194C9A paragraph 1A, each district places it on at their annual meeting. The proposed bill is not as explicit as that, but I mean I think I would hope reasonable minds would interpret it the same way that we're reading the alternative methods in 194C9A and B.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much. And sort of a follow-on question along this sort of line of discussion as well. If a district wanted to withdraw from the SAU, let's say the apportionment was very unfavorable to that district, as Representative Belcher was hypothetically proposing. A district after a study and a plan can unilaterally remove itself from the district from the SAU with a 3/5 vote. Is that correct?
The decision to leave an SAU or withdraw from an SAU is that district specific. It is not a vote SAU wide as it is with the co-ops.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good clarification. Representative Terry?
Thank you. Gentlemen, I'm on line 4 here. Actually, let's see, you begin at the end of line 3. The school administrative unit board may use such other methods. That's fine. As the constituent school districts may approve. What is the practical meaning of may? I think you just explained that you would interpret that to mean that each of the constituent school districts would have to approve. So what operationally here and functionally, why is the word may here rather than shall or necessarily must?
Right. Thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, I'm seeing that as just enabling language. I understand your interpretation, but it's saying that the school board may use the alternative. Oh, I see. As the SAU board may use other such methods as the constituent school districts. You're saying did approve or?
Well, wouldn't that be required? Isn't that what we're talking about
the
here?
constituent
All
districts-
school districts need to approve of this. Then why is the word may there rather than shall necessarily?
Right. I think if I understand, if the constituent districts are approving the alternative method, then the SAU board shall use that method. Is that what you're trying to say, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But the trigger is that each of the districts has to approve. The language needs to be worked on here to clarify. Otherwise, it's, in my view, and I realize I'm coming in later, but it's very ambiguous and could be easily misinterpreted. May is permissive typically, and what we want here is definition that it is required that each school district must, in order for an alternative method to be employed.
So in
Do
summarizing,
you have, sorry, comment
summarizing
on
where
that?
you are, Paul.
Sorry.
So you would read that last line 4 going on to 5, such other methods as constituent school districts approve pursuant to, taking the may out, the second may.
Yes. But it's, to be clear about it, must approve prior to. Now, I spent some time reworking the language, but I think we're all clear on it. The school districts, each of the school districts must approve of the method before it can be triggered. It's not, so we need to get precise language here. And I'm not sure that just by removing the word may satisfies. I'd have to
Representative Belcher?
think of that.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that very good point, I would say I think the problem in that language that I see is actually the tense. Because may approve is speculative in this sense, that suggests something that may happen in the future, but this actually has to have happened before. So the language should say
Approved.
have approved,
Or just plain approved,
or have approved, as in like it's already been done. Yeah.
Yes.
past tense. Further discussion, Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm trying to catch up here. So I'm wondering if there would need to be any kind of process like a public hearing on this, a special way to make sure the voters understand. Is that in statute or does that need to be added?
Thank you for that question. 195C2 has a very extensive approval process, which includes public hearings, open hearings of the planning committee that's established to come up with an alternative apportionment or whatever alternative agreement relative to the SAU. When their plan is presented, it's presented to the school board. The school board must have a public hearing on the question, and then the 3/5 vote occurs.
Yes.
So you said 195C2.
Excuse me, 194C.
Can you say, so it requires a public, can you tell me all the things that are required, all the things that are required in 194C2? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's subsections 1 through 8.
Yeah, it's a lengthy process there. It talks about 3/5 and all this other, so there's a lot to this process. It's
Okay.
spelled out
Very
in law.
involved.
And the vote has to be what?
3/5.
3/5 of each town?
Yes,
I believe so.
Okay, thanks.
yes. Yeah,
Mr. Chair?
yes, go ahead.
Right, and I think we could go ahead with this bill. 194C2 is the method that's used to determine apportionment, and like we talked about, there's always the parachute ripcord if a district doesn't like the results of that, and that's completely up to the district itself. So I think Representative Terry has an interesting interpretation of that, but from a practical standpoint, I don't think an amendment's really necessary to move this forward. And if it was, it could be done in the Senate.
We would have no objection.
Thank you.
That amendment would simply just change the tense of approved to approved.
It would basically say the process for approval is C2. And because there is no other process for approval.
Yeah.
So you don't have an option of not using C2.
Right. Is there further discussion, Representative Fellows?
Yes. I would just like to say that I worked at the Department of Education for 32 years, and over that period, I've seen a lot of districts want to withdraw from an SAU, and usually the reason is they think that they're paying more than their share of paying more than their share, but getting less than a equal share of attention from the SAU. So SAUs have broken up because of that. I think that this maybe would help some of the SAUs stay together better, because they would have the option to say, well, we understand why this town that has 10% of the students and paying 45% of the cost might want to get out, and it gives them the opportunity to adjust that so that that town would want to stay.
Okay, is there further discussion from where we are on the bill right now? We have two folks sitting here. Thank you very much. I don't see any further need. Appreciate your input today. So back to the committee here as a whole. I've heard two possibly with that lines 4 and 5. Changing the tense. And I've heard must, but if you write in approved, that's a past tense. That means it's done pursuant to that. Or I've heard the other suggestion that it's good the way it is. So I guess where we are is that I'm going to just, what we're going to be doing today with these bills, because we have so very few of them, I'd like to have, and I've mentioned to the ranking representative on the other side, we will take some caucuses throughout so we can wind up and figure out where we are. So we're going to take a very brief caucus right now.
Do you want to do the other?
Well, yeah, and as Representative Cordelli has another good point. Earlier this morning, we have been discussing these co-ops and the SAUs with some folks for over an hour. And we have another bill here also dealing with this.
1579.
Yeah, 1579, relative to the merging of school administrative units. So let's at the same time take a look at that bill. It's dealing with the same organization, the same governance structure, but from a different angle here. So 1579 is relative to the merging of school administrative units.
Chairman Ladd, I actually have an amendment for that.
Okay, we'll get that in a second. I just
Well,
want
can
to
I,
get the
I'll
final bill.
just
Thank you.
pass it around.
1579, okay. Okay. All righty. Representative Paranel, you said you had an amendment. Is that handed out to everybody?
It's coming around now.
Okay, so we might want to look at that before we, get into the meat on this in discussion. And for those that are new to the committee today, we're having these discussions a little bit with the executive session, seeing that we've had 107 bills. We just have not had the time to deal with some of the ins and outs on bills, which a little bit more time might give us more information. So that's what we're doing. And hopefully this will help in our decision-making. Okay, I think everybody has a copy of that right now. Representative Paranel, will you?
Just walked out of the room.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Cordelli.
Yes, I believe that the main change in this was on line 8, changing the 1,500 students to 1,200 students, and here comes Peternell. Representative Peternell can take the ball.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, the amendment does just drop down the number of the number of students in the merging districts from 1,500 to 1,200, and that was based on some conversation that was heard during the committee the initial hearing. So since then, I've heard maybe why have any number at all, because maybe some smaller districts would be interested in merging, and I would have no problem with amending that to eliminate that. The whole purpose of this bill was just to encourage districts to merge, because number of administrators has just been increasing significantly more than the number of direct teaching staff to the students. And we want to make some of those changes. I have information to pass around also on the number of administrators, the number of pupils per administrators. And this is information we received from the Department of Education. For example, this is coming around. But some of the districts are significantly top heavy. So, for example, Colebrook has 43 students per SAU staff. Londonderry, in contrast, has 217 pupils per SAU staff. I think Manchester, if I believe, was one of the best. Yeah, Manchester was, let's see, White Mountain Regional has 150 students per SAU staff. So there's quite a discrepancy. Now, Merrimack Valley has 267 pupils per SAU staff. So that's the far right column of the spreadsheet that I'm passing around right now.
Okay, so we can discuss this right now. I guess I'm in concurrence with Representative Peternell that I prefer to see no number, 1,500, 1,200. I'd like to see no number, seeing that there are many schools in my SAUs in my neck of the woods which have small numbers to begin with. And it'd be good to see even a couple of them joining, and it wouldn't come up to even 1,000 kids. But the issue which we're having in the North Country is that these SAUs cover a whole lot of territory. And we have folks that, for example, the SAU office provides special education services and other, services which are delivered to all the participating towns or districts in that SAU. Sometimes we have people driving 60 miles one way. And so that creates a need for more staff if you're going to have that service provided when it's needed in these schools, especially when it comes to special education. So that's why you're going to see some lower ratios for those smaller districts, those SAUs, which have a lot of territory. And Colebrook certainly has a lot of territory up that way. So that's just a brief comment right there. Representative Dry.
Thank you. I'd like to reiterate that, yes, it's going to come up in Plainfield and Cornish's town meetings on Saturday. And between the two districts, we have 300 students. So I would be inclined to go with no number.
Representative Cordelli. And then
So
Representative-
am I correct, if we eliminate lines 8 and 9, the number, then we could also eliminate D and E from a new amendment?
I think E could be amended to line 24 on the amendment would be changed to all school districts served by the newly merged school administrative unit shall be eligible for the consolidation grant.
Correct, yes, thank you.
Representative Damon and then Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on the amendment different from what we've been discussing. It seems to remove line 9 and 10 from the original bill in regards to specifying that this doesn't, it references pre-existing co-op school districts. Why was that removed?
Thank you. I heard comments from multiple people that there was no reason not to include cooperative districts, so we removed it. That was from the DOE and from other organizations that gave us input after the initial bill had been submitted.
Oh,
Yes.
so just to clarify then, existing cooperative school districts would qualify to consolidate under this bill?
Yes. Like I said, after we submitted this original bill, we received feedback from and so that's why we have this amendment. In fact, when Representative Tierney presented the bill, he came with an amendment already.
Thank you.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Peternell, for the amendment here. I I agree that the amendment's going in the right direction. I agree with eliminating lines 8 and 9. I'd also suggest eliminating lines 10 and 11 so that SAUs can make their own organizational management decisions, and eliminating lines 24, 25, 26. That all goes along with that. I think the financial incentive is strong, and that's important. I'm concerned about the survivability of the proposal with the financial cost in it, but I'd like to see I'd like to see the 200 stay, the $200 incentive stay in there. But I'm just putting it out there as a concern. I think honestly the most important piece is that the C2 is basically amended to say that mergers are possible as well, not just creation, withdrawal, and things like that. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion?
Yes, thank you. I disagree with eliminating lines 10 and 11 because part of the purpose of this bill is to limit the number of administrative staff. And there is a time frame. This will sunset on July 1st, 2026. So that's why I'm not overly concerned with the longevity of the grant. On line 17. Yeah, okay.
Further discussion on it? Representative Cornell?
Lines 10 and 11, when it says have only one superintendent or person responsible for superintendent duties, would that be assistant superintendents? Because if you have a district, the size of if they end up being the size of Manchester, and this chart is actually wrong because we have more than one assistant superintendent for almost 12,000 students.
Once again, this is a bill which is allowing decisions to be made at the local level. And, well, that's what I'm addressing. So, you know, I think the bill itself is absolutely needed. We need to be able to merge these districts for a lot of different reasons. You're still going to have huge transportation costs. You're going to still have, when you're merging, you're going to have to figure out which buildings are going to be the receiving elementary kids, which are the middle of the high school kids. So there's going to be a whole lot going on there. And when you do merge districts together, you have various new towns and districts there. Walking in a superintendent's shoes, you know you're going to be out every darn night for some kind of a school board meeting in one of those districts. So they went through trying to consolidate over in Vermont. And what they found out that even through consolidation, their administrative costs did not shrink. Yeah. It was just a given. And Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually have a bit of a real-world example of what happens with consolidation and administrative roles. The dairy is now going to be outdated because we've closed one of our schools, Dairy Village School, and there were 2 new administrative positions made in the SAU in order to allow the principal and vice principal to stay on. So we need to make sure that the very compassionate idea of trying to make sure that people keep their jobs isn't outweighed by the fact that people need to keep their homes by having an appropriately scaled administration. And I think that the language on lines 9 and 10, that may make it so that it's only appropriate to do this merger for some school districts. But the question is it better to enable this for some school districts where it's a good fit, or try and have a solution that works for everybody and just keep repeating the same challenges we've seen through all of our attempts to consolidate? We're going through this right now, and everything the school board wanted was shot down on the ballot yesterday. So we want to make sure that whatever we do going forward and whatever we enable for the districts doesn't cause more confusion within the towns.
Representative Cordelli, and then Representative Luna.
Thank you. I think lines 10 and 11 really just state what is in statute elsewhere, and that you can have a superintendent, but as long as you have someone to perform superintendent services, that's fine also, according to current statute. So I don't really see the problem with 10 and 11 because it's, as I said, it's a restatement, as I read it, of current law.
Representative Luno?
Thank you. Yeah, if it's already in current law somewhere else, I think that's reason to take out lines 10 and 11. Currently, I think lines 10 and 11 would in some cases prohibit a district from merging with another SAU. And if the goal here is to encourage districts to merge, have multiple districts served by a single SAU, having restrictions on that would seem to be problematic. In fact, the way the law stands right now, a district could leave its current, abandon its own SAU, following a study, following the process in C2, and join with another, merge with another SAU. Under current law, a district could do that right now. It's not specified, but they could do that right now. With this new law, they would only be able to merge with another SAU with all of these limitations in place, with all of these restrictions in place. So for a lot of districts, they'd say, no, you know what? We can't do it. We for whatever reason. We don't meet the 1,200, although I think we're all in agreement to eliminate that. But current law provides the flexibility that's there. If this law is intended to encourage merging, it does it with the $200 per pupil incentive, and really that should be all that's in here. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Petteril and then Representative Damon.
Thank you. This is an incentive grant, and the incentive is to limit the top-down administration. And so I 100% disagree with removing lines 10 and 11 because that is the entire purpose of this bill.
Then how would
Wait, hold.
there be a
It's-
merger?
Okay, let's just, put your hand up, please. Okay, Representative Damon, then Representative Luno.
Thank you. So I think in life, one size fits all generally is a falsehood. And line 10 and 11 attempts to be one size fits all. But depending on the student population of the district, the geography, the number of communities, it may simply not be realistic to have only one superintendent. So or superintendent level of services, I would really agree with removing lines 10 and 11 so that more districts can seriously consider merging, which I think would be great.
Representative Luno was next. Yeah. No. Then Representative Cordelli and then Representative Petteril. Pardon me?
I had my hand.
Oh, Representative Lekis. I didn't see it. Go ahead. Representative Lekis.
Okay.
Following up on what Rep. Petteril said and what Rep. Luno said, currently districts can merge and have as many and do it however they want and have the superintendents and et cetera as they want. The idea with this bill is, in addition to what they could already do, if they want this grant, they're going to agree to limit their superintendent to just one. So this is just providing another way of merging, and the point is to reduce that top superintendent, the top administrative section. So if you want the money, you limit. If you don't want the money, do whatever you want.
Representative Petteril.
If the districts already have two superintendents and they merge, how can you have more than one superintendent? Because you have to have one boss. We only have one governor. But so they might create new positions for assistant superintendents, but there's still only one superintendent for the SAU.
Representative Luna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the concern, and I agree, you're only going to have one superintendent, the same way a company only has one CEO. But you may have more than one person responsible for superintendent duties, because those you can see the superintendent duties are enumerated, and I don't even remember the section of law, but it's like a mile long. It's as long as my arm. And so you might have multiple people doing that. There'd still only be one superintendent, that's that I think is another reason why 10 and 11 should be eliminated. Lines 10 and 11 should be eliminated. The other thing that I think it may not be a correct interpretation is, although the current law C2 does not talk about mergers, this section is about mergers, and I think any merger would be limited to the terms in this section. So unless you followed all the restrictions in here, you'd not be able to merge SAUs. You would not have the benefit of the omission in existing law with respect to mergers. This would be the section that directs how mergers would be done.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Damon?
Thank you. I'm wondering if this perhaps could be resolved by removing in line 11 or person responsible for superintendent duties. So the bill would still require only one superintendent, one boss, one CEO, but it would not state a limit on how the broad long arm of superintendent duties are accomplished, what number of other positions there might be.
Representative Belcher and then Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a productive debate, and as we've gone through it, something has kind of clicked with me that is a cause for some lesser concern that I think could be easily fixed. I like the idea behind what this is trying to accomplish. The trouble I see is that there isn't always a rhyme or a reason to the expansion of bureaucracy. Even as we've had the reduction in the total number of students enrolled, we've had more administrative positions being created. My concern is, if we encourage with a financial incentive towns that come together or SAUs that come together and merge, we might actually have an equalization in the opposite direction toward a greater bureaucracy instead of a lesser bureaucracy. So I'd very much like to see a minor amendment made that only makes the financial incentive available if the merger results in a net reduction of administrative staff.
Representative Dry, you were next up.
Thank you. I was just trying to find the bill that we are also looking on that defines that a person can take over the responsibilities of superintendent without being the superintendent, and just adding that to the mix as we're discussing it.
Yeah, we discussed that with single school districts, and that is the principal who has a master's degree, but just because you have a master's degree does not necessarily guarantee you being able to take over the superintendent services. It has to be reviewed by the department to ensure that within that master's degree, the courses that are necessary for those services are there. If they're not there, so it's, I think we went through that. And that might be a person that's running the other SAU.
Right.
Yes, you're correct. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. My suggestion would be to change lines 10 and 11 to read: the proposed school administrative unit shall have only one superintendent or personnel responsible for superintendent duties pursuant to 194 C5 Roman 2A, which is the statute that talks about superintendent services being performed by one or more administrative personnel, full or part-time, or services independently contracted.
Can you repeat the RSA, please?
Yes, 194-C:5, Roman 2A.
No wonder I couldn't find it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, Representative Damon?
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate to ask to hear from Mr. Christina on this?
I don't know if he has anything he wants to input to us. Do you have a specific question?
No, I'd just like his perspective.
Yeah, we're open to it. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. Again,
You say Roman 2B?
I don't, without a specific question. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I kind of multitasking back there. I was not listening intently to every word that was being said up here. Despite the fact that I enjoy all my time here, sometimes I have other things I have to get to as well, respectfully. So, I mean, I don't, if NHSBA didn't take a position on the bill, if there's an incentive that can be, if this committee can find language to create an incentive for SAUs to merge and perhaps cut administrative costs, so be it. I think money is always a great incentive. It's usually the best incentive. But I mean, we don't have a position on the bill per se. Representative Cordelli, I did hear you sort of mirror the language from C5. That would be fine. I should just, as a point of background, there is one SAU in the state that has two superintendents. I'm not talking about an assistant superintendent. They have two superintendents. SAU 53, which is Pembroke, Deerfield, Epsom, Chichester, and Allenstown. They have two superintendents. One superintendent is basically responsible for Pembroke and Deerfield, and the other superintendent is responsible for the three other districts in that SAU. But they're co-superintendents, if you will. But that's the only one that I'm aware of in the state.
This state has really got it all, doesn't it? Wow. Yeah, that is a wow. Yeah, I agree. I think that Representative Cordelli's suggestion here to replace that with 194C5 Roman 2A is good.
That's fine.
And
Yeah.
I think that would just work in fine there for that line that we don't want to be telling they want to merge. It's a great idea to merge because there's going to be a lot of cost savings, hopefully. But it's allowing that to occur.
Right, and you have to have the incentive. You're going to have to come up with some incentive to get districts to do it, or else we're going to see the breaking apart of SAUs like we've seen the last 20 years or so.
Yeah. Yes, you have a clarifying question? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Christina. So with Representative Cordelli's proposed C5 language, after the part that says have only one superintendent, and then you've got the C5 language in there, would that provide the I guess administrative flexibility for a district to have a school business officer responsible for the superintendent's financial responsibilities? And
Yeah, thank you. I think it would. Representative Luno, you mentioned the laundry list of superintendent responsibilities under C4.
yeah,
Representative Cordell, you mentioned or person who can provide those services. The laundry list of stuff that's done under C4, we know it's not the superintendent that's doing that. It's delegated.
Right.
The first one I think is payroll. We know the superintendent is not running payroll. There's a business office that's taking care of that. So, we've always said there's an inherent authority of that list in C4, where the superintendent has authority, just not even statutory authority, but just inherent authority of the way a business is operated to delegate to the rest of the administrative staff or the building level staff.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Thank you. I mean, this has been an interesting discussion. I think it's important to note that if somebody is going to merge, my sense is they're looking at an economy of scale here. So the merging and having increased costs is duplicative of what the intent is.
Right.
So I think perhaps Representative Cordelli's suggestion would solve at least that thing. I can't imagine that if you're going to merge two districts, you're going to increase the management of that because you're trying to decrease the management of it. So I think that obviously this is an important piece because I think we do need to look to see where we can have mergers of school districts across the state. But I think we're kind of denying the local decision-making around this is why they're doing this. And it's not to increase the cost, but it's to decrease the cost. And that obviously has to deal with your top-line management and the costs for those respective positions.
And this all puts the onus on the school districts that are merging to do a feasibility study that's going to be sustainable into the future and give these, efficiency of scale that you're talking about. And so I think this is a great idea, and I think Representative Peternell has us right on the course here, and I think with the additions that we've talked about, I'm prepared to try to move forward with it myself. Yes, Representative Leon.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring us back to the real world example. The voters of Derry thought that we'd have less overhead by closing a school, and that's why they supported it. But the overhead has not decreased. So we shouldn't assume that all school boards will actually take that as their mandate to decrease the overhead while merging. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen. So we need to make sure that when we enable something, we include the appropriate protections.
Representative Phillips, you had your hand up too, I
Yes,
believe.
I just am thinking that you might want to give some consideration to situations where you have those really small school districts. Example, Hill would be an example. They were part of the SAU with Franklin, but they pulled out of that a few years ago. And if they want to merge back with Franklin, or if they wanted to merge with Newfound, so they've got 64 students. I don't know if you want to treat those differently. The other possibility is, as you know, Bridgewater and Hebron want to pull out of Newfound. So if they do that and they set up for 1 or 2 years their own SAU and then they merge with another one, do you want to have any special language for those situations?
There's talk about merging throughout this state. There's talk about withdrawal throughout this state. It's been discussed in my community. Haverhill Co-op wants to pull out of SAU 23. They think they're going to save money. Warren wants to pull out of SAU 23 and go with Plymouth. You got all this stuff going on. And so I think these are local decisions. I believe this gives the roadmap for those local decisions to be made. And I think that's where it is. We've also put in school building aid, building aid grants are looked at in terms of consolidation, efficiency of scale, and all that. And if you're consolidating, yes, we're willing to go that direction, but we don't want to go expand. Is there any more discussion on this? Because we got to break and have a caucus here. We have 2 bills, which I think we have some direction. Representative Balboni.
It's just a technical suggestion. The point of reference that you made to 194C5, I'm just curious why we wouldn't just reference 194C4, which actually describes the duties. Is there a reason? I
think
didn't.
195C5 refers back to 190C4.
It does. I'm just curious why we wouldn't just put 4.
We have another bill elsewhere in this legislative body where they're looking at recodifying all the education statutes. And, and it's because we have done this. We've referenced all this stuff. We have so many links and entanglements. It's just a mess. And, how we ever are going to correct that, I don't know. But so I'd like to try to do this the simplest way we can do it and get us on the road to supporting these school districts. So let's take a caucus right now for a few moments and these 2 bills, yes, because these are the SAU bills. Do we have another SAU bill? I don't think so. Representative Spilsbury, your bill was what? A co-op? Co-ops, yeah, I thought so. Okay. So let's take a few moments here, go discuss this. If we're going to be wanting to make amendments, then we want to get through the caucuses really quickly here so we can get these amendments made and hopefully get them done over the lunch period so we can come back and have something in place to take action on. So you're going to go down to 201? Okay.
was just looking for my agenda.
Okay, we'll look at 1195 first. Thank you very much.
Don't do the microphone, no.
Is-
Okay, I'd like to get going here on these bills. Representative Cordelli ran off with my bill here.
I still ran off with it.
Or Representative Petronil has it now? That's okay. Okay. What's the number on the second?
1579.
Yeah, okay, on HB 15, 15 what?
79.
79. I think we're all pretty much on the same page as what we had discussed here. We're taking out part one there where it references the number of kids, 1,200, 1,500. Take that out. The second part, we're referencing the statutory reference that Representative Cordelli had alluded to. And getting down in the bottom part of that, I don't have that exact line.
We're leaving D in.
Yeah, we're leaving D in, yes, D staying in. And then part E, we're simply saying all school districts served by the newly merged school administrative units shall be eligible for the consolidation grant. Taking all that in-between stuff out, referencing the number of students.
So we're leaving D in or taking D
D.
out?
In.
In,
D
D's in, D's in,
While you're on the language there, Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Representative Heath, it's not consolidation, it's a merger agreement. This is a
Yeah.
merger grant, not a consolidation grant.
Twenty-six.
And
I think it's just the
15
word in on line 26.
and 15.
Yeah, we're talking about the merger grant, yeah.
Well, on 15, it says a consolidation grant.
Oh, okay.
Well, you may want to change that to merger agreement, because it's an SAU merger.
Well, the same with on 21 then.
What's it say up in the
Yep.
topic of the bill? Merge, yeah, up here, in the title of the bill. Merge, we ought to stay with merger.
Yeah, it's,
We can, it's probably merger because merger's in the title of the bill too.
Yes,
Yeah,
so replace the word
Yeah,
consolidation.
okay.
with merger.
yeah,
yes.
Is everyone
Yeah.
good with it?
yeah, I think we're good.
That's in two places, right?
No, three.
Three?
15, 21, and 26.
Well, yeah, 21 and 26.
Yeah.
15,
Yeah.
21.
Okay, so
just says
consolidation's out, merger's in.
Yep. Done.
Okay, good. Okay, let's get,
Line 6.
But that's just a verb.
Consolidated mid.
To consolidate
Administrative costs.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's
Yeah.
that's fine. That's right. Representative Price says that's a verb. Correct. Okay, 1195, relative allowing school districts to approve different apportionment methods for school administrative unit costs. When we discussed out there a second ago, there's a little confusion. We're all on the same page. What we need to do is break that sentence out on lines 3 through 5 into two sentences. And the first sentence would read something to this effect: in addition to the method of apportionment set forth in paragraph 1, school administrative unit board may consider other methods, period. Then the method of apportionment to be used shall, and then we go on, have been approved by the constituent districts pursuant to. So they can look at all these different areas they want to look at, but what they do is has to be done in conjunction, they have to be approved by the constituent districts using the past tense, have approved. So is there any,
two sentences.
there'd be two sentences. The method of apportionment to be used shall have been approved by the constituent school districts pursuant to RSA 194C2. Is that it? Oh, come on now.
I got it. The method of the apportionment to be used shall have been shall have been approved by the constituent school
Yeah, shall.
districts. And then we have to say something more.
Pursuant to
Pursuant to
the RSA that's there.
195C.
Yeah. And it's shall in the second sentence. They have to do what, yep.
Yeah.
We're all good with that. We can go ahead and then, because we do want to get, the next discussion by 12 o'clock.
I'm just wondering if the word all should be in that second sentence by all the constituent school districts. just to make
In
it
addition to.
abundantly clear.
By all the constituents.
It can, but I think that's specified in 194C too.
It's in C2,
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're good with it.
in the 3/5.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's all in there. Yeah.
Alrighty, so what I'd like to do now is, Representative Spilsbury's been here waiting all day to talk about his bill. And I know folks have to be out of here by 12, so I'd like to offer you that opportunity to try to give us some rationale behind why this bill and why you've done some of the things within it. We'll get that. I'll have to get to the page number here with that bill. It's 16. Is that 1642?
Whichever one you want to take up first. I'm the co-sponsor of 1383 and the prime sponsor on 1481, 1483, and 1642.
Oh, jeepers.
I'm here to be efficient.
Okay.
I can take them in the order that you have them listed here and be very brief.
Okay, so you're the prime on 1481?
Yes,
Okay. And 1383, are you a co-sponsor in that one?
co-sponsor.
Yeah. Well, let's start right and work down through them, okay? 1383.
Okay, 1383, a quick background. I had put in an LSR request a day after Representative Colcom. We both wanted to address the question of a cooperative school district with multiple pre-existing districts where there are board seats assigned to a specific district, but the member seated for that town seat gets elected at large. That's what lines 15 through 18 do. It was my impression at your hearing that there are other elements of Representative Colcom's bill that raised extraneous questions. For example, on line 9, this bill deletes the alternative of having all members elected at large. And that wasn't something I was pursuing. Also, down towards the bottom in line 26, Representative Colcom's bill would change from a nonpartisan ballot to official ballot under RSA 671. That again was not my agenda. And so in assessing the tone of the hearing, Representative Colcom and I have collaborated. I spoke to her as recently as yesterday. She's at another committee this morning. And I have mentioned this to Chairman Ladd on Monday. I have asked OLS to revise, to give me an amendment, which has not been turned out of OLS yet as of this moment, that would simply make the change in 15 to 18. So in other words, where you have a board seat designated for a pre-existing district, only the voters residing in that town could vote for their own representative. And I'd like to just give you an illustration of how this plays out in Fall Mountain. We have Charlestown with about 45% of the students, Walpole with about 32% of the students, Alstead around 18, and two very small towns, Ackworth and Langdon, that are about 7 or 8%. We have had 2 times in the last 4 years where a Charlestown contested seat went to candidate A amongst Charlestown voters, but then the other towns, which collectively have 55% of the vote, choose candidate B. That's a bad result, and it leaves Charlestown feeling like their choice didn't prevail. But I feel just as strongly and sympathetic towards the small towns why should Charlestown, with a population of 4,800, be able to overwhelm and dictate to Ackworth with a population of 800 who their representative is? So I don't think this is something that plays in the hands of a large town versus a small town. I think it's just as important for the small towns, which are not in my district. I feel it treats them both the same way. It's a very simple proposition. If the amendment helps you clear away the other issues in this bill, I just wanted you to have an alternative that goes straight to the heart of that one issue.
Are there any questions of Representative Spilsbury? Does this get rid of at-large?
So the bill you have in front of you gets rid of at-large. The amendment I've asked to prepare does not go to that. And, you know, we can prepare another amendment if that's something you do want to include. I just wanted to make sure you had an alternative.
Yes, Representative Lucas.
So when you said it doesn't get rid of that, did you change the word from shall to may?
So the way that the law
Or
currently
did you
is
put an
this,
or in there?
it's a list of options and there's an or at the end of each
Yeah,
one,
there
right?
wasn't to begin with, that's why I
And,
asked.
and I would say that my amendment also, in lines 6 to 8, the law currently says shall be limited to the alternatives contained herein. And Representative Colcom's bill changes that to by the following requirements. I think that's an error. And so my amendment reinstates the language alternatives contained herein. It's intended to be an election.
Thank you.
How do you deal with a situation where you're, let's say you have a board of 7 people from various districts? 6 are taken up, maybe it's a 4, a 2, and this other one, you only have 2 districts there, is, how are you going to assign that out? Is that going to be at large voted by both, or even as a 3rd district? I'm concerned about one man.
The law allows for a mix of town-specific seats and at-large seats, and that's the way it's handled, for example, in our district, where each of the 5 towns, regardless of their size, has only 1 rep assigned to them, and then there are 2 at-large seats, and that's where the balance gets adjusted. Does that address your question? So the at-large seat is always going to be a district-wide election. And by the way, just to give you an analogy, today, if there is a warrant article to withdraw a certain quantity of funds from existing capital reserves, it's set up in our district where only the residents of that town get to vote on the expenditure in that town. So there's already a mechanism for separating out town interests.
Yeah, those capital costs are oftentimes on a different formula than the other we've been talking about right here. Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But as far as other financial interests like the budget, that gets voted on at the co-op district meeting, and residents of all the towns that comprise that co-op can go to that meeting and vote on the budget, or if they're an SB2.
Exactly correct.
So
which occurred yesterday, yes.
Right. So everybody gets a one person, one vote, type of ability to approve or vote on a budget,
Absolutely.
co-op budget.
It's
But in this case, when it comes to the town, the person from each of the towns who may be on the co-op board, and this is on the Roman. I'm looking at the law. The bill as initially introduced in Roman 3. So where you're suggesting that only the voters in the town.
So Roman 1 addresses at-large situation. Right?
Original Roman.
Roman 3 is specifically addressing a situation where members represent a pre-existing district. And so all this change of language is modifying is in that instance where there is a seat representing a pre-existing district, and the change is to take that away from being an at-large election and make it only the residents.
Right, and that's my point. Unlike the vote by all of the people who live within the co-op district to vote on a budget, and unlike the current law, which requires all the voters who live in the co-op district to vote on all of the school board members. There may be some serving at large, there may be some serving from each of the member towns of the co-op. So all of the members get to vote on all of the school board members who are now, would comprise the school board of the district that I live in. You'd have, in some instances, only the voters from each town voting on whoever's going to be the representative from their town to the board. So a small town with, let's say 1,000 voters would vote on a member, and a larger town with, let's say, 4,000 voters would vote on their one member. So if I'm living in the larger town, I don't get as much say on the board because my board member was elected by a constituency of 4,000 as opposed to elected by a constituency of 1,000. And that I think sort of departs from, if you're a member of a co-op, wouldn't if I'm living in a co-op, wouldn't I be interested in weighing in on all the members who are serving on my school board?
You may have that preference to weigh in, and your town might have that preference, but that gives the dominant town the opportunity to control the outcomes in all 5 towns. I'm telling you, I'm asking for this bill from the perspective of living in the town that's got the largest population, but I think it's even more valuable to the little towns that my town can overwhelm.
Okay.
Further discussion, Representative Cordelli? Oh, yeah, I thought you sounded,
I was just going to say, our school district is similar, and I do represent one of the larger towns, and I agree 100%. I do not see anything fair about the town of Wolfboro determining who Effingham's representative is on the school board. I think Effingham should determine who they want to represent their town on the school board. This is a smaller town, and they should be able to elect their board member specifically, in addition to the at-large members that all of the towns in our co-op vote on.
That concept is used in some other states. And what they do, for example, across on the other side of the line with Maine, they have 1,000 points. And then they take and find some kind of a ratio. So you might have a vote at the outcome of 4.76 for this and 3 point something, other words, you don't get a full member because you only have 40 or 50 kids in your town. And so you're given a voting ratio in accordance with that out of those 1,000 points. And it's a convoluted system. That's a weighted system that's used in some communities, some states.
If I can suggest an analogy, there's a difference between the Congress, which is proportional to population, and the Senate, which guarantees that all states, whether small or large, have an equal weight of 2. This is essentially a hybrid where you have 5 members serving that Senate purpose and you have 2 at large serving that House purpose. Now, how many are at large and how many are by town, I think is going to be a construct of the individual district.
We're going to have to call a break right here because there's some folks have to leave at 12 o'clock today. So we're going to take a break right now. Are you going to be hanging around here a little bit today? Okay, thank you very much.
I'm totally
we'll
flexible.
Pursue this. Katie, can you get the amending language going for the one bill you have? And are you doing the other one?
I can take your draft.
We're going for lunch.
We come back at.
Mr. Chairman?
Or another meeting.
Some people have a meeting starting right now. Okay, yeah, yeah.
If I could just mention, that's the only one of the four bills on which I'm suggesting an amendment, and Barrett, Christina, and I have had conversation during lunch, and I don't think he's objecting to the other three bills.
Okay, so are you gonna have that amending language on this one we just did? Okay, thank you, thank you.
What did Barrett say about the other three bills?
15.
Barrett and I had conversation during your caucus, and he said that he had no objection to the other three bills.
Is that 1195?
Yeah. Okay, so, see,
Oh, here, let me take my copy and I'll write it over in my copy.
the
Mine's clean.
method of
Oh,
apportionment.
no, mine isn't.
What time we get you back here?
Yeah,
1 o'clock?
yeah, yeah. Um, Okay, we're going to go ahead with this afternoon's exec sessions, and the first one we have up is 1383 and, 1383. Do you have an amendment for that one? It's coming around the table. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have an opportunity to start here in 1383. We have, for discussion purposes right now, because we've been discussing, and I hope we can get this done quickly. Representative Spilsbury, you're not a member of the committee, but this is your amendment. And of course, a committee member can introduce that. But would you like to just one more time briefly explain the changes you have on line 18 and 19?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So this essentially undoes the other changes that were proposed in 1383. They're restored, the statutory language is restored. So the only change you're looking at on line 18 and 19 is specifically to provide where there are pre-existing districts, assigned a rep to that district. It's the voters resident in that town that get to vote, and those assigned seats by town are not at large. This does not change the fact that there can still be at-large seats.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification question. This amendment replaces the bill other than the effective date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further, any other questions of the representative? Not seeing, so let's get the discussion amongst ourselves now. Any further discussion on that? Okay, who would like to put forth a motion here?
I'll do it.
Okay, Representative Cordelli, would you please put forward a motion?
Give me a second.
Oh, hold on a second.
Yep, sure.
Okay. Do you need a caucus? Okay, a caucus has been requested, so we're going to take a 5-10 minute break here for that caucus. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what I recall also. And as I recall, my motion was going to be ought to pass.
And I'll second it. We have a motion made by Representative Cordelli and seconded
This
by
is, right, yeah.
Representative Ladd, OTP 1383.
And
And I'll represent Representative Cordelli.
thank you.
Recognize.
Yes, and I would like to propose not to pass on the amendment that was just handed out, 1123H.
I'll second it. Discussion from the maker of the motion?
Thank you. I think the important thing that the amendment does is leaves things in place except for the provision that town pre-existing district representatives should be elected by people within their own district rather than by everyone in the entire cooperative district. And that's been my main goal also, so I am happy to propose the ought to pass.
Thanks. A question to anybody that might be able to answer it. If if a district is currently operating under Roman 4, the paragraph that's being amended, would their method of voting change with the enacting of this? With this becoming law, or would it have to go back to the co-op or the members for a 3/5 vote to for the change? I guess, is the change retroactive or is it prospective?
I would think that it's prospective.
So it's prospective, meaning they would have to vote by 3/5 to adopt this change. Is that what I'm hearing? Or by whatever the D2 rule is on. No?
I think there's an answer.
No, I mean, I thought Representative Cordelli said, yes, it's prospective.
But, right, with the next election, this would be.
No, that's not what,
Representative,
no, because the reason, so these options are options that are put in the Articles of Agreement, in the co-op Articles Agreement. So they were, if Roman 4 was incorporated into the Articles Agreement, for all existing Articles of Agreement that use Roman 4, it would be referring to the existing language, not the language that's proposed to change. So if this amendment were to pass and the bill were to pass and become law, would the Articles of Agreement refer to the old language, or would they automatically change right away to the new language?
I would think that if the way it reads right now, of course, you might have somebody that's domiciled in your particular district that's been elected by way of at-large vote. This would change it so that who shall be elected by their own district. So yes, I think it's fair that there be a person elected from that particular district that's housed down.
No, that's not what my question is, Mr. Chair. So look on line 6 of the amendment. It's part of current law. That such bylaws and articles of agreement shall be limited to the alternatives contained herein where applicable. So that's Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, well, 6 and 7. But if the articles of incorporation currently call out Roman 4, then do the terms of the articles of incorporation change by the law changing, or do they have to make an affirmative decision to change it, to update it to the new law?
I would say they don't have to do anything, seeing that you look at item number 5, Roman 5, as long as you're following one man, one vote, you're good.
Yeah, but this clearly doesn't do one man, one vote. This is very different than that. But we talked this morning about retroactive laws versus prospective laws, and for it to be retroactive, that's some. I mean, that was something in our conversation this morning. Okay.
This set of options, excuse me, I was going to comment to your question. This set of options will become current law, but there is no way that this set of options will change anybody else's current bylaws unless it is so voted pursuant to RSA 671-9. So all this is doing is giving another option that if they want to change it, they may change it, but it doesn't force anybody to change to that.
That would be my understanding as well, Representative Lekas.
Okay.
So, thank you. So therefore, if what Representative Lekas has just indicated is what's meant, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this bill only accomplishes what the sponsor is trying to accomplish if it's voted on by that cooperative district. Yes?
That's my reading.
Thank you. I'm going to respond briefly 2 ways. The intention is that this changes the terms of the 4th option so that any town automatically, as a result of this legislation, that currently elects by prior district has to now vote in this way. Does not require a local vote. Go back to line 7. And you'll see there's a semicolon in the middle of that line. So this is saying the number composition method, etc., is limited to the alternatives contained where applicable. Stop at a semicolon. The phrase following the semicolon stands on its own. And provided further that no cooperative school district in existence on August 22nd, 1971 shall be required to conform hereto unless it is so voted pursuant to RSA. That unless it is so voted only pertains to this proviso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This situation we're talking about here is exactly what my cooperative district is. We have something like eight members of the school board, and there's one person from each of the 8 towns. So right now, yesterday, when I went into the ballot booth, I had 8 situations and that where I could vote in my town and every other one. So personally, I would like to see our district switch to what this amendment does, but I don't want to take away the option for another district like this, or maybe the majority of people in my district like it the way it is. I'm wondering if what we need is just add another number in here, leave 4 the way it is, and add a new one that looks like the amended 4.
I agree with Representative Fellows that what this does is it changes option 4. It doesn't leave option 4 as an option as it currently exists. It changes it. And my question would be, if you are currently operating under the present form of option 4, and it changes to something different, and your articles of agreement cite option 4 as it presently exists, are you then left without a method of voting, and you have to choose one of the current options, 4 options? Well, there's 5 as well, but
But such other method. Which could be what they currently have.
I'm just going to pick up when you say it. That's kind of like, or anything else that's mutually agreeable, kind of like we do in other cases. So that's your bigger option. I just want to bring us to 671:9, which is referenced up here. It's just one sentence. Any cooperative school district organized under any of the provisions of RSA 195, that's what we're talking about, or pursuant to any special act, which also we're talking about, may at any regular or special meeting vote to change the number, composition, method of selection, and terms of office of members of the board of the district in accordance with the provisions of 195. 19-B. So it can take it, we can, as soon as this takes place, people can change things if they want to. So, and I think all of them are covered because I think we have Roman numeral 5 is that catch-all.
Yeah.
So,
Representative Hall.
Thank you. I agree with this thinking down here. You haven't given, I know Representative Lee, because she said it gives us another option. It doesn't give us another option. It gives us an alternative option. So to give us another option, you would add one more Roman numeral. You would keep 4 and then add one that says, with this new language says in the amendment. Thank you.
so I'm not clear on how my town, if they decide, or cooperative decided if they wanted to keep it the way it is now for 4, how that goes forward, because specifically in 5, it says 1 man, 1 vote. I get to vote 8 times. So, because I'm voting in the whole, for every single town, that doesn't sound like 1 man, 1 vote.
It is for the school district. Every town.
Everybody in that caucus.
Yes, everybody.
Position, the same as reps, when you have 5 reps in the town, you get 5 votes.
No, there are 5 reps, 1 in each of, well, in my case, 8 towns, and I get to vote for the reps in my town and also every single other town. That's what happens right now. And I don't see how we are keeping that. Also, there is a grandfather provision on line 8, but my co-op was formed after that time.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I hate to extend suggest extending this executive session. I know we're going to have more bills to do, but perhaps a new version of this amendment that restores Roman 4 to the way it is, adds a Roman, well, they already got a 5. Why don't we call it a Roman 8 that has this language in it, and then it's really clear that co-ops can choose the option they want, and this would then become a new option as opposed to something that would necessarily be applied retroactively, which, some districts may have selected Roman 4 as it exists now and not wanted to select Roman 4 as it's being, suggested to be amended. So, because it does change it. So maybe an amendment, as Representative Fellows was suggesting.
Further discussion? Representative Pillsbury, you waved your finger at me.
Yes, this is your meeting, and I'd like to go back and sit in my chair, but I just want to say, if you decide that you want to have both options, I defer to your judgment. But as a matter of statutory or, sponsor intent, the intention was to preclude for the way it's written and say, if this is what you're going to do, have seats assigned to a town, then you need to let that town decide. That's my intent. If you take it, then I suspect what will happen is my district will stay the way it is forever, and my effort to try and reform it will have probably failed as a practical matter. But I appreciate the depth of discussion.
What we had put in the amendment several years ago, preliminary transitional plan to move that was required. So the end result was exactly what Justice Spilsbury has right here. But we had a transitional plan in the process to allow to get to that place and for the co-ops to make that decision. And that's where we were back then, and it's probably we're going down a similar path, possibly. Further discussion on the yes, Representative Luckins.
His point was the point I was thinking as well, is that if we divide that out, we might as well just about not do it, because it'll still be the bigger or the conglomeration of school districts, or the however it works, a majority of other people will be determining who is in that, because they won't vote to change it. They'll be outnumbered.
Any further discussion, Representative?
I'm signaling your microphone. Dave,
Representative Luno?
No, I'm good.
Oh, you had yours on, I had mine off. Any other discussion? Representative Noble, do you have anything to say?
Nope.
You're,
Yours is on as well.
you're signaling you do.
Oh, my stuff.
This modern technology. Okay, no further discussion on this, so we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, we're ready. The motion is to move the amendment 1123H. The motion is OTP.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Eleckus.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Tanner. Oh, sorry. Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Representative Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So 18 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, now we're on the main motion as amended. 1383 as amended with the amendment we just moved forward. Further discussion on that? Yes.
So thanks. I did support the amendment. I think it was an improvement upon the bill as introduced, but I can't support retroactive laws. And if a co-op selected option 4 based on how it existed in law, they may not necessarily want to select option 4. Given the changes and have that imposed upon them. I also don't know what I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the legal authority is on retroactive statutory changes. So, but thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Sullivan.
I just shared with Representative Damon that I fear that we may have just lined the pockets of a bunch of lawyers. Because I'm not sure exactly how you get from where districts are now to the next step if their option that they chose as part of their Articles of Agreements is gone. If they might make assumptions, they may look at option 5 and say that takes care of it. Maybe it does, but I'm a bit concerned.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't get into all the details of the bill as amended. I'll just note, based on some of the comments I've just heard, that New Hampshire is what's called a Dillon's Rule state. As such, local authorities, towns, any political subdivision below the level of the state has only that authority specifically vested to them by the legislature. So we totally have the authority to modify something such as this that would affect their operating plans under that constitutional provision.
Further discussion from the committee members? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is OTPA on 1383.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler. No. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 to 10.
Okay, then the motion fails. Representative Myler.
And second.
We have a motion for interim study made by Representative Myler, second by Representative Luno. Representative Myler, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think this has been a good conversation, but I think there are some questions about the impact of this proposal on those that already have using option 4. And I think it'd be a good time to have a chance to get clarity exactly what happens when you change a state law as it relates to its impact upon the articles of incorporation of co-ops. So that's why I'm recommending an interim study.
Further discussion from the second.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I just, we have, I appreciate Representative Spilsbury being with us for much of this day today and his work on this. And honestly, I don't particularly have a position on the content itself, but I've got concerns over the retroactive nature that may or may not be in play here, and the fact that there's no members of any co-op, nor representatives from co-ops, nor attorneys from co-ops here to see that maybe the first step of a significant change to their articles of agreement being proposed. So that's why I'm thinking interim study too.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is interim study for 1383.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekes.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry. No. Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Leon.
No.
Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
All right, who is writing the minority or the interim study?
Yeah.
Interim study, and Representative Cordelli, you're writing the OTPA?
Yep.
Good enough. Next one up on the docket here is 1481, relative to apportionments to fill vacancies at large at-large cooperative school board seats. I gotta read this in front of me. Okay. So it's relative apportionments to fill vacancies, 2 at-large cooperative board seats. We didn't have anybody make these motions, did we? I don't know, I just checking my sheet around here and I don't have it again. Which one? Okay. Do you want to open this up to discussion, or we've had enough? Okay. Okay, let's take a caucus here for 5 minutes. We got a line of people making motions. We have not lined up anything on these bills. We don't have a problem with this bill, but it's pretty much housekeeping, isn't it? I think it is too, but it's just, we didn't have anybody making motions, and I wanted to be pretty clear on that.
Go down through the, because
Yeah.
wanted to.
So what we want to do is we want to, yeah.
did our previous bill, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of OTP. Yes, I would. I'd just like to say that I think, just thinking as a small town, if we lost a member, not through circumstances that we had no control over, I would like it to be replaced by somebody in our town, because that's the intent of our town.
Any further discussion on 1481?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Again, there's no representatives from any of the co-op districts here, and I think this does change how things would be handled in the event of a vacancy. So I think I would suggest an alternative motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? We have a motion on the floor. The motion is OTP on 1481, made by Representative Dry and seconded by Representative Cordelli. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry? Yes. Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Leon?
Yes.
Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Sullivan?
No.
Representative Fellows?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
And Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion,
Representative Myler,
move the interim study.
is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion on, in front of us, interim study made by Representative Myler, second by Representative Luno. Representative Myler, would you like to speak to your motion?
Now we can move back to the.
Thank you very much. Is that the same opinion of the second? Interim study. Interim study is the motion.
We did an amendment.
Myler and second by Luno.
Which one are you?
1481. Okay.
1481 is the bill we're discussing right now. We're acting on. The motion on the floor is interim study on 1481.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lekes?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry? No. Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Nope.
Representative Peternell?
No.
Representative Leon?
No.
Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Sullivan?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Who's going to write the report down there?
I'll write it.
Thank you. And Representative Dry, you've got the other side. Okay, moving on down, HB 1493, this is relative to the powers and duties of cooperative school district budget committees. I look to Representative Peternell for a motion.
Yes, I move interim study on House Bill 1493.
Okay, we have a motion on the table on 1493 made by Representative Peternell, second by Representative Luno. The motion is interim study. Representative Peternell?
Yes, this is a topic of, that needs further discussion, and I would like to move interim study so that we can continue the conversation.
Representative Luno, thank you. Thank you. And where we have a bill that's dealing with the cooperative school districts, the interim study, you know, I hope that the group that's going to be doing that will go a little bit further and start looking at some of those issues dealing with, if you want to get out, you know, what are the costs of that building? Does it include the depreciation? Is it a market value, or is it going to be that $6 million that some realtor comes up when the actual value is only $600,000? We got to be looking at all this part of the equation and a lot more. So we need interim study on a bill such as this. So any further discussion? Thank you very much. The motion in front of us is interim study on 1493. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
19
Oh,
yay.
excuse me, I take that. Nay. Yay.
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 I'm surprised.
Interim study?
You're allowed to do that if you want. 20 yays, no nays.
Okay, good with consent? Thank you very much. Looking at the next one, which we had was 1642. This is relative, we jumped over the merging. We're coming back to those bills. Relative to the role of the Cooperative School District Board member representatives on the school district budget committees. Representative Petronell.
Thank you. I move ought to pass on House Bill 1642.
Is there a second?
Me.
Representative Lekis makes that second. Representative Petronell, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. This bill simply, let's see, that takes the member of the school board who's appointed to the budget committee and puts them in an ex officio non-voting capacity, so that therefore the members only have one vote on each public body.
Further discussion from the second?
I think she said it very well.
Thank you. Any further discussion from any committee members? Looking around the table, I don't see any hands flying. So we have a motion on the table. It's referencing 1642, and the motion is OTP. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Sullivan.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler?
Move the interim study.
Second.
We have a motion for interim study made by Representative Myler, second by Representative Luno. Representative Myler, do you have any further discussion?
Do not.
Representative Luno?
Sure. Again, seeing no representatives from any co-op districts or their either members of the districts or members of the board or other representatives, that I think this would be better left up to an interim study so that it could be discussed and debated in and worked on in full transparency. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis.
Given that there's no amendment and we had a public hearing where they could have spoken, if they disagreed, I would think they would have shown up. And the fact that they didn't show up, we don't wait for votes for any of our other things or interim study just because the people it affects don't show up. I think we need to make this decision.
We had a lot of bills in this committee. If the public knows what we're doing one day from another, that's good. But we did have the hearing process. That is correct. So is there any further committee discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, would you please call a roll? The motion is OTP on 1640.
It's interim study.
Interim study on 1642.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry, no. Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Petronell.
No.
Representative Leon.
No.
Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell. Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
No.
Pardon me?
No.
Do it again.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You said 3 yeses and 2 nos. Which one?
I don't
Which
know.
is it?
I'm still fixing that muffler. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to be doing that, Representative Leno? Thank you.
Yes, 10 nays.
Okay. And Representative Petronil, you're doing the opposite. Thank you. We're going back to the top, 1195. Everybody should have had an amendment on top there. It's a very short amendment. It was passed out just a little bit
I have a
ago.
few more. I have more.
Okay, does anybody need one that may not have one? Did you get one, Representative Cascaden? We have extras up here. One more. We have it, yeah. Why don't you send those down that way in case they need them? There's some more. Down there. Okay, 1195. Representative Cordelli, would you like to make a motion on 1195?
It would be a pleasure. I would like to move on to pass.
I'll second it. So we have a motion in front of us. It's OTP on 1195 made by Representative Cordelli and seconded by Representative Ladd. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you. I would like to offer Amendment 1125H and move on to pass on it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Representative Dry seconds the motion of ought to pass on the amendment 1125H. Representative Cordelli would like to speak to your motion.
Thank you. I believe that this reflects what we discussed this morning, breaking it up into 2 sentences for clarity purposes, that it enables additional methods of apportionment, but any new apportionment method requires that all the constituent school districts approve that method pursuant to 194C2.
Representative Dry, would you like to speak?
I agree. I've parsed it and I think it passes the test. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion from the committee? Okay, we have a motion in front of us. It's OTP on 1125H. It's amendment to 1195. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yep.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yeah.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascaden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Representative Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Wow.
Consent? Consent?
Okay, Representative Cordelli, do you like to make a motion, please?
Yes, so ought to pass as amended with 1125H.
We have a motion made by Representative Cordelli, OTPA on 1195, second by Representative Myler. Further discussion from either of the makers?
None.
Great. Any further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any? Madam Clerk.
Second. OTPA, correct?
Yes. Okay. You're asking me, I don't, yes, no.
I believe it is OTPA.
Yeah. Okay.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, that one is obviously going on consent. Great, thank you. We have one more bill to do today, and we don't have the copies yet, but Representative Petronel, you say it's upstairs? Okay. Okay, so we'll wait a few minutes here and see what we got coming at us. If we can get it, because there are some folks that have to be out of here by 3 today.
Is that 1579?
On this one right here, we've gone by already, this is Wednesday noon, so, you can have a day or two on it, Mark, because I know you're gonna get it to me. Jeepers, I lost all my paperwork up here again, it just gets buried.
Yeah.
I'm an abstract random, if you ever figure that out. Not concrete sequential.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy, look at this.
Well, that's neat in my standard.
Yeah. It's only because I'm on camera.
Yeah. Everybody should really have their mics off, so if you say something. not collected their Senate bills yet. There's a stack of them crisscrossed on the desk in there. You might pick them up. We received 2 additional new bills today that are also Senate bills that are coming at us. So those are on the desk as well.
You know how many we're getting?
No, I don't have a hot clue. I don't expect a whole lot more. No, I haven't seen that. I'm waiting to see that. Yeah.
Should that be an and?
Are you looking at the new one?
Yeah,
here?
C5 Roman 2.
Wait a minute, that's wrong, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. C5 Roman 2, where did I put that?
Well, no, looking at the amendment of 1579.
Yeah, yeah.
Should that be an and right there?
I don't think so. Or
Because
personnel.
C5 Roman 2 talks about everybody except the superintendent. Shall have only one superintendent and personnel responsible for superintendent duties per
Or.
No, but the or, so you can either have one superintendent or everybody except the superintendent. 194 C5 2
Right.
talks about everybody other than the superintendent performing
Right.
superintendent duties.
Right.
So you can either have a superintendent do everything, or you can have,
Well, any personnel that you want to employ.
no, but that says or, not and.
Right, that's, right, as in your.
So
as
you
in
can
the-
either do this or that. So you either
Yes.
have the superintendent or you have everybody except the superintendent.
Or other
just-
people do, right. Right,
Well, like our school district has a superintendent and a school business officer.
yeah, you still can do that, yep.
Okay.
No,
Well, I'm
right.
just, so
Yep.
how does the or make that work?
Because you don't need a superintendent, you could have personnel do superintendent services.
Yes, but we want
Shall
to
have only one
also be
superintendent
superintendent and.
Right, you don't need,
No.
as in current
What-
statute, you don't need a superintendent,
what-
as long as someone's assigned.
No,
to
I
perform work.
understand
Right.
that, but
Yeah.
what if you have a superintendent and a school business officer?
That's fine.
So the
How
superintendent,
how does
even
that
though
work
they're
under,
not doing
with the
this,
or there?
they're just.
I gotta find out where mine even went.
I think that's, didn't we talk about that with, you asked that question of, Barry Christina.
Right, what,
Yeah.
I didn't know that there was an or there.
Did you have any extras to that one that came?
Well,
Yeah, right here. That's your file though.
He's looking at the original language.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about what we talked about.
Let's just go on the left.
Good
file, go on the right.
School district shall have only one superintendent or personnel.
You have the superintendent who's in charge, he can get them. Or you don't have the superintendent. And you have. And the idea that, no, the superintendent is just in charge. They don't have to do
Right. They can delegate.
They can delegate.
Right.
It says may assign.
Okay, I'm willing to go with that. I'm willing to go with that. Sure.
Yeah, the superintendent's still responsible. They can delegate all they want.
Right.
But you take the heat.
So C5-2 applies both to the first part, the one superintendent. C5-2 applies there.
Mhm.
Right.
By definition,
Yeah.
because superintendent's can already use C5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Or just C5-2.
Right, which is the other responsible parties performing the duties.
Right.
Originally, that person responsible for superintendent.
Should we just
duties was
go back and,
was the little district, and they were hiring a part-time person. That's
Right.
why they were it, but I don't know.
later.
Yeah.
This sounds okay.
Yeah, let's get it going here.
I think it's.
Did you call Domino's? I know, I saw.
Okay, we'd like to move ahead here. We have before us the bill 1579. This is relative to the merging of school administrative units. And Representative Petterno, would you like to make a motion on this?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move ought to pass on House Bill 1579.
And there's a second from Representative Myler. Representative Petterno, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I would like to put forth Amendment 1128H and move ought to pass on the amendment.
Is there a second? Representative Myler also seconds that motion. So we have in front of us now Amendment 1128H to 1579, made by Representative Petterno and second by Representative Myler. Representative Petterno, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. We spoke extensively about this bill this morning, and the changes that we discussed have been made in the amendment. We tightened up the definition of the personnel responsible for superintendent duties pursuant to RSA 194C5-2A, and eliminated lines 21 to 23 on the amendment. Eliminated the number of students that would be required for merging districts to achieve once they merged, and changed the word consolidation grant to merger grant.
Representative Myler would like to. Okay, she covered it well. Okay. Further discussion from the committee. We're on the amendment. 1128H. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, the motion is OTPA on the amendment. Amendment only. Representative Dry, are you ready?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Representative Peternell, would you like to make another motion?
Yes, thank you. I would move ought to pass as amended with amendment number 1128H on.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think we've had enough discussion.
I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Myler? Same thing. When you're ready, Madam Clerk. Motion is OTPA on the bill being 1579.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yep.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Leon.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Yes, we'll put it on consent. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a question? Because, and I think it's wonderful, the $200 incentive got into this. Because of that, it can't go to fiscal finance because it's already passed. So it goes right to the Senate
I would think so.
if it passes on the floor?
Yeah, yeah.
And congratulations, I think we need that incentive to get
I
school
think it's a
districts to
great
merge.
idea. Now, for everybody here, that leaves 13 bills left to exec by this committee this year, and that are House bills.
Yeah.
And so we'll pick those up on Monday. And you'll also notice that on Monday, we do have a hearing starting at 9 o'clock. That's for the non-germane amendment for 1450. So then we have 13 bills following it to exec. If we don't get them done, they will carry forward to the next day, which is Tuesday, the 19th. And we have nothing at this point in time scheduled for the 20th unless We can't get things done on the 19th. We will get things done.
Gonna get them done.
We will get things done. So, I guess that's it for today. I want to thank everybody for hanging in there and getting where we got. We got it all done today.